Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Maybe you can stand a few more minutes so we can just check. Thank you very much. You can take a seat. I think with this half a minute of standing that one can really imagine how the soldiers feel like when they stand on attention throughout the ceremony. Ambassador Dr. Kairo Mbwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Beatrice Martins, the Ambassador of the European Union to Namibia, Mr. Jan Sessens, EU Deputy Head of Cabinet, Honorable Modestus Amutse, Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. I haven't seen him here, but we recognize, I know he'll be part of the program throughout the 2 days. Honorable Dino Balotti, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture. Mr. Anselm Marungu, the Deputy Minister for Ministry of Environment and Tourism. Ms. Ndita Ngibondoka Rubiati, Executive Director of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade. His Excellency Dr. Alfredo Hengari, the Ambassador of the Republic of Namibia to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Union. Mr. Iben Ashandi, Executive Director of the National Planning Commission. Ms. Jessica Hawanga, Acting CEO of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, NIPDB. Mr. Jonas Shalongo, the Executive Director of the Ministry of Works and Transport. Ms. Kashana Kamwi, Deputy Executive Director, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Land Reform. I also see the leader of the Independent Patriots of Change, of course representing the members of Parliament here in the opposition. Mr. Asen Nashikaku, Director in the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, Captains of Industry, dignitaries present here, parliamentarians, local and regional council representatives, traditional leadership, if any, is present here. Of course, we operate within your ambit when it comes to development. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a very, very short program lined up for you as part of the opening today, but of course, also a very, very robust one. Good morning and welcome to the Namibia-European Union Business Forum 2026 here in the beautiful Republic of Namibia. It is both an honor and a profound privilege to stand before you today as we gather at the defining moment in the economic and industrial future of our nations. More than 3 decades ago, our founding father, President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sam Nujoma, reminded us that a people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious. And it's on that basis that we are forging this partnership between the European Union and Namibia. Across the European continent, one of the principal architects of European unity, and we've been hearing about it, of course, most of last week because of the anniversary, Robert Schuman declared in 1950 that Europe will not be made all at once or according to a single plan. It will be built through concrete achievements which first create a de facto solidarity. And we've, of course, seen that solidarity being tested this year and last year with many of the global geopolitical events that are taking place, and we've seen that Europe continues to stand steadfast. And that's the partnership that Namibia is leaning on. This forum comes at a time when the world is searching really for credible partners, resilient democracies, sustainable supply chains, and of course, ethical pathways to industrialization, and Namibia stands ready for that collaboration. We are a nation of peace, as you know, constitutional order and strategic vision, as pointed out and will be highlighted by our Director General later on when he makes his statement. Now, a nation blessed with abundant renewable energy resources, world-class critical raw materials, and a young and ambitious population really makes a good mixture for industrial development. We've got the labor and the youth behind us to be able to develop this nation collectively with our partners in Europe. To our distinguished European delegation, the official welcoming will come to you from the ED, but I would like to welcome you home to opportunity here in Namibia. We do not really seek aid dependency, as you might have noticed, but Namibia seeks industrial partnership, we seek joint ventures, technology transfer, skills development, all of which have been fruitful partnerships with the European Union. We invite, of course, Europe not to simply invest in Namibia's resources, but to invest in Namibia's future, and we have seen that demonstrated since independence time and time again by our Namibian partners. This forum is therefore not just an event, but really a platform to connect, to engage, and to sign meaningful agreements and partnerships. Of course, most of the signatures are going to be signed tomorrow, so I'd just like to remind the technical team, please, let's not have these hiccups before we sign the papers yet. Ne? We have to sign first. The money must come. Then we can make mistakes. Over the next 2 days, may the conversations become commitments, may networks become ventures, and may ideas become industries. As Namibians, we extend our warmest hospitality to every delegate gathered here today. As you know, EU is our largest trading partner, and of course, we'll be leading the green hydrogen revolution for the rest of the world in partnership with Namibia. Ladies and gentlemen, the green transition will define the century, and as I mentioned, we are in the forefront of that green revolution. Namibia and Europe now have the opportunity to shape the future side by side, sustainably, strategically, and inclusively. With that spirit of partnership and shared ambition, I would like to welcome all of you to Namibia, but of course also just to open the floor to give us the official welcoming, please help me welcome the Executive Director of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, Ms. Ndita Ibondoka Robiadi. Round of applause for her, please. So the idea is to have the round of applause until she gets to the podium. Yeah?
Thank you so much to our Director of Proceedings, Ricardo. Honorable Dr. Kaire Mbwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission, from the Office of the President, representing Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the President of the Republic of Namibia. And our special guest, Honorable Jessica Rosval, European Commissioner for the Environment, Water Resilience, and a Competitive Circular Economy. Most welcome, Commissioner. Your Excellency, ambassadors of Namibia, as well as EU, already mentioned. Heads of delegation are present here today. Honorable ministers present. Let me also acknowledge Dr. Panduleni Tula. Captains of industry present. Distinguished invited guests that are here today. I also would like to acknowledge Ambassador Hetze and other executive directors that are present here today. And let me be allowed to stand on the protocol that has been established by our Director of Proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm good morning. Good morning. Oh, very good, thank you. It is my honor and it is my delight to welcome you all to the Namibia-European Union Business Forum. Namibia and the European Union share a partnership that is built on mutual respect, built on shared values and a growing economic relationship. Today's forum deepens that relationship in the most practical and possible way. And this is by bringing together decision makers and investors together in this room where we are today. Namibia is at an inflection point, as we all know. Our critical minerals, green hydrogen potential, offshore energy discoveries, and the strategic importance of Walvis Bay as a regional logistics hub make us a destination of real consequence for European capital. The EU-Namibia Strategic Partnership on Critical Raw Materials under the Global Gateway Initiative is a concrete expression of that opportunity and of our shared commitment to value addition, not mere resource extraction. And last night, the DG at the dinner said, it is a non-negotiable. There will not just be resource extraction. We are a stable democracy, as was already mentioned by our Director of Proceedings, with sound institution, a transparent and regulatory framework, and a government that is deliberate about making Namibia competitive for investment. I know that most of you have had discussions with us regarding how do we create a more enabling environment, and that the government is really committed to doing. We do not take your presence here for granted, and we are committed to ensuring that this forum produces tangible outcomes, not merely goodwill. To our European partners, we welcome your candor, your capital, and your long-term commitment, which has already been demonstrated by many of the companies and investors that are here. To our Namibian private sector, this is your moment to engage, to advocate, and to forge partnerships that will define the next decade of our economic growth. And with these few remarks, I wish to you a focused and fruitful deliberations and warmly welcome you to Namibia on behalf of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, as well as the entire government and the people of the Republic of Namibia. I welcome you once again, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the ED. So the official openings are generally made up of two things. I think the first one is to recognize everyone in the room, and then, of course, to just clap throughout the session until we are done. So every time I say with a warm welcome, just, stay with it. And for all that energy spent, we've got a nice coffee break coming up for you before lunch at 12:30. Nonetheless, to welcome us, of course, from the side of the European Union, somebody who's always available and on the ground, a very, very hands-on ambassador. And I think someone also very technically gifted. I think in one of the first meetings that I've had with her related to green hydrogen, she asked some very, very deep and technical questions that me and the team, we were just looking at each other. It's like, okay, well, clearly this is just not another political courtesy visit. So from then on, every time we come to the residence or have any engagements, we ensure that we are thoroughly prepared. One truly, really, for the people, not only for Europe, but it's got Namibia at heart. Please help me welcome Her Excellency Anna Beatrice Martens, the European Ambassador to Namibia.
Thank you so much, MC Ricardo. Honorable Ambassador Karim Bwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission, European Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience and Competitive Circular Economy, Mrs. Jessica Rooswald, Honorable Mr. Modesto Amutse, Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy, who is going to join us today, Mrs. Ndita Ndimpondonga Robiati, Executive Director of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, the other ZDs here present, Ambassador Herze, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of government, of business leaders, civil society representatives, members of the media, a very good morning to you from my side as well. So welcome today we have been building towards. This is a day of celebration of what we have achieved together and of what we are about to commit to. Welcome to the second EU-Namibia Business Forum, and welcome to Windhoek. This room speaks for itself. Just look around you, the breadth and representation here, Namibian and European business leaders, government officials, investors, innovators, and development partners. This is a powerful testament to how far this partnership has come and to the seriousness with which it is embraced on both sides. The level of interest in the forum has been extraordinary. We received close to 1,000 registrations for today's event. While we could not accommodate everyone in this conference room, those joining us online are equally part of this moment. This level of interest is not only gratifying, it is a clear signal that the world is paying attention to what Namibia and Europe are building together. And this is also what makes this moment here together and these 3 days memorable, the partnership and the commitment we see between Namibia and EU to build a green, a prosperous future and to create skilled jobs here in Namibia with benefits also for Europe. Director General Ambassador Mwende, thank you for being with us this morning. It is a clear sign of commitment to this partnership, to Namibia's green industrialization agenda, and to the immense potential of what we can achieve together. And thank you for all the members of government who are present here and supporting this event, which we have shaped together. Commissioner Roosevelt, welcome to Namibia. We are delighted to have you here in the land of the brave, a country blessed with extraordinary natural beauty, breathtaking landscapes, and as we will witness over the next 2 days, entrepreneurial minds driving bold ideas with transformative investments in real time. There is no better place to be today. To business leaders and investors, innovators and entrepreneurs from across Namibia and Europe, thank you for being here. Your presence matters enormously because ultimately the partnerships we're shaping together will only become reality through your vision, your expertise, and your willingness to invest in Namibia's future. So welcome again to the second Namibia-EU Business Forum in Windhoek, and let us make the very most of this day and tomorrow's day together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I think I just want to stick to those words where you said that, of course, we are celebrating today as well, celebrating this incredible partnership between Namibia and the European Union. And to do just that, I would like to call on the Oyo dance troupe and artwork just to give us a small performance piece before we welcome our first guest of honor. Is Oyo ready? A round of applause for Oyo, please.
Are you thinking about the future? What future do you think about when you plan, when you devise your strategies? Is this the future you think about? A future where resources are so scarce, people have to fight for them. Or do you dare trying to look through a different lens? What lenses are you using when thinking about the future? What would it take for us to start feeling optimistic when looking at tomorrow? To believe that we can be better. With hands that are open and hearts that are free, we are building the future. We must just ask ourselves if this is the future we want to see.
Thank you very much. I wanted to make a joke about dancing, but I was just told a bit earlier on that I started getting gray hair, so I don't want to put myself in a position where I have to be challenged and then end up failing. But nonetheless, the future is first imagined, then built. I think for many of you might be wondering what the sculpture standing there represents. It's referred to as solar punk. It brings together Namibian artist Vijitwa, as well as Spanish artist Rocio Asensi, to explore Namibia's potential future, combining sun, salt, wind, land-based knowledge, and the promises and tensions of green technology, and that's what that represents. It's a joint initiative by Unique Cluster in Namibia and the EU Delegation to Namibia, led by Goethe Institute of Namibia, curated by the Project Room. So that forms part of the overall performance that the Oyo dance troupe has provided us. And of course, curated and assisted there. The dance troupe was actually founded, I think, more than 20 years ago by Philip Talavera. We've been working very, very closely with him, particularly within the communities. Just give him a warm round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to introduce a distinguished leader at the forefront of Europe's green transformation and global sustainability. Our next speaker, Jessica Roswell, serves as the European Commissioner for Environment, Water, Resilience, and Competitive Circular Economy. The Europeans surely know how to give titles, huh? Make sure to include everything in the title there. She serves under the European Commission, under President Ursula von der Leyen, and of course, a representative here today. Before assuming this important role, Commissioner Roswell was served as the Sweden's Minister for European Union's Affairs and Nordic Cooperation, and previously as a long-serving member of the Swedish Parliament, where she became widely respected for her work on European cooperation, governance, and sustainable policy development. If I go into the resume and the CV of Her Excellency, we are going to spend a considerable amount of time in this room. But what's important, of course, is that her presence here in Namibia reflects the growing strategic importance of the Namibia-European Union partnership, particularly in renewable energy, green hydrogen, critical raw materials, and the broader transition towards a sustainable global economy, where Namibia really is a global champion of environmental management and sustainable development. Distinguished guests, please help me welcome Her Excellency Jessica Roswell.
Fine. Honourable Director General of National Planning Commission, Ambassador Mwende. Failed. I tried. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. Yes, I have a long title. And I always get nervous when you read my CV, what's going to get up, because it is long, but everything is not of great importance. But I have studied in Uppsala, and Ambassador studied in Lund. These are important things in our CVs. I'm very happy to be here. 3 years ago, the EU-Namibia Strategic Partnership Roadmap was launched by President von der Leyen and President Yengob. May his memory continue to inspire this journey. Even in the short time since, the world have changed massively. Today, we are facing geopolitical turmoil and economic uncertainty on a grand scale. Real wars and trade wars, resource scarcity, accelerating climate change, and are threatening our businesses and competitiveness, threatening our economic and environmental resilience and our green transition. But amid all this instability, one thing is more certain than ever: close collaboration built on trust and equality offers the surest path to a prosperous and sustainable future. And that is what today is all about: deeper partnership and stronger links, creating business opportunities, diversifying our economies, and building more resilient and greener societies. So I am delighted to be here, and I'm really delighted to open the second Namibia-EU Business Forum. As Commissioner with this long title, it feels especially important for me to be here with you all. One of the things in my title was water, because I know the African Union has decided 2026 as the year of water sustainability. This theme is at the very core of my mandate. It comes with enormous benefits for our economies and for our environment, but it's clear that we can only deliver water resilience by working together. And I'm very interested to learn what Namibia and the Namibian businesses are doing in this space. The second, because a healthy environment and a competitive circular economy, another part of my title, are so central in the EU-Namibia partnership, particularly our cooperation on green hydrogen and critical raw materials. In today's world, the circular economy has gone from being an environmental choice to an urgent economic necessity. It can deliver economic security alongside environmental care for Namibia, for the EU, our businesses, and for our citizens. Today's forum is an opportunity to unlock new circular opportunities and to maximize this potential. And it can accelerate our path to decarbonized economies. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 roadmap was a statement of intent with a clear vision, equal partners with shared stakes in a common future. Our strategic partnership on sustainable raw materials value chain and renewable hydrogen is good for both parties. Green industrialization creates sustainable jobs for Namibians, and they help Europe transition to a low-carbon economy. So today I am proud to announce that we have formally agreed with the government of Namibia to extend that roadmap for 5 more years until 2030. It will take our cooperation in renewable hydrogen and critical raw materials value chain to the next level, backed by European investments, technology and market access. Now we need to deliver benefits at scale. That means moving beyond pilots and feasibility studies, and it means translating our strategic alignment into concrete economic outcomes, like factories, jobs, skills, and revenues that reach Namibian communities. That is the concrete standards against which we will measure ourselves. Today, as a first step towards these goals, I am honored to announce that new projects with the Geological Survey of Finland and the Andrada Uis mine, worth $78 million Namibian. This investment targets one of the most strategic bottlenecks in the global battery supply chain, unlocking lithium at commercial viable cost and grade. And it embodies everything that we are trying to achieve with collaboration. By bringing Finnish geological excellence to Namibian soil, we are not just developing a mine, we are accompanying Namibia on its path to become a central actor in globally battery value chain. For decades, Africa exported raw materials and imported finished goods. Thanks to this projects like this, that era is coming to an end. I'm also delighted, yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dita. I'm also delighted that additional support will be signed tomorrow with the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, the Luderitz Town Council, and the Namibia Standards Institute. But this forum is, as was said by the Master of Ceremony, is more than just that critical raw materials, as even though they are very important. The EU is a major export market of Namibia's, and here today, full of range of the Namibia's economic potential on displays. I have some examples. In automotive parts, for example, Namibia has an opportunity to insert itself into global manufacturing supply chains, generating skilled, sustainable employment at scale. In agribusiness, Namibia's competitive advantages is in livestock, horticulture, and food processing are well established but still under-leveraged. European markets represent a direct and accessible opportunity for Namibian producers, and we must do more to leverage it. And my last example, the creative industries, a sector too often overlooked. Namibia possesses extraordinary cultural wealth and a young talent population. Given the right investments, the investment environment, you can compete and export globally and thrive on the international stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's resilience is Europe's resilience, and vice versa. Whether in water, green hydrogen, critical raw materials, or more, the 3 years since the launch of the strategic partnership have only cemented its importance and highlights the enormous potential when it combines and it collaborates. So let me finish with a simple message. This forum is yours. Consider it a space for cooperation, a place to share ambition and expertise, a platform for innovation and opportunities. The EU-Namibia partnership has never been stronger. Let us use the momentum to go further and to deliver concrete benefits to our citizens, to our economies, and to our environment. Thank you very much.
We are dealing with very serious politicians here, and very short and sweet. I was giving you an additional 15 minutes, Your Excellency, to finish with the... Oh, okay. Nonetheless, thank you very much for that intervention as we're moving slowly but surely towards the end of our official opening. The next distinguished speaker, just last year we visited towards the end of last year, one of the sites of high-fin hydrogen energy in Ludretz. And I stumbled on a rock, I think on 2 occasions. And the first time the ambassador just looked at me and then we walked, and then I had another stumble. Looked at me the second time and said, "Hey, Ricardo, I hope your things are in order, because in Africa nothing happens by coincidence. Somebody might be busy with you." So, Ambassador, since then I've really taken those words to heart, and if anything happens, I always think to myself, who might be busy with me in this particular case? Our next speaker is a distinguished son of Namibia, a seasoned diplomat, strategist, a statesman, whose career has been deeply intertwined with the story of Namibia's liberation, nation building, and international engagement. In fact, there's about 5 names I can mention on my one hand that had really influenced my geopolitical outlook, and he happens to be one of them. From just a short interview at NBC to spending about 2 hours after the conversation to really just engage and tap from his wisdom. A respected veteran of the Namibia's diplomatic service, Dr. Mbwende represented Namibia at the highest levels globally, including serving as Namibia's ambassador to the UN, ambassador to the European Union, Belgium, Luxembourg, and a number of others, and of course also a senior leader for the SWAPO party during the liberation struggle. His role is really, really important, especially today at a time where Namibia is positioning itself to be a leading player in the global green industrialization agenda, renewable energy, critical raw materials, and of course, sustainable development. And he really sits at the nexus of making those developments. There are very few from a public service perspective that can really stand shoulder to shoulder to him, and he continues to provide that efficiently and effectively to date. Distinguished delegates, please join me in warmly welcoming the Director General of the National Planning Commission of the Republic of Namibia, Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mbwende, to deliver the keynote address.
Director of Proceedings, Ricardo Josep. I'm not sure whether you're talking about me. I was looking around the person you were describing, and I couldn't see him. You've done a good job in terms of protocol, and I will abide by the protocol already established. However, let me acknowledge our guest of honor, Ms. Jessica Roswell, European Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience, and Competitive Circular Economy. Honorable Ministers, Deputy Minister here present, Your Excellency, Ambassador Anna Beatrice Martens, Ambassador of the European Union to Namibia, and your counterpart, Ambassador Hungary, Ambassador of Namibia to the European Union, and of course Belgium and the Benelux countries. Distinguished members of the business community, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to Namibia, and particularly to the second Namibia-EU Business Forum, under the theme Towards Stronger, Greener, and More Diversified Economies, Catalysing Business and Trade Opportunities between the EU and Namibia. This business forum will build on the inaugural business forum, which was held in Brussels in 2023. As we gather here today, we are confronted by global economic and political challenges and opportunities. The world is undergoing profound changes. Nations are rethinking how they produce, trade, and power their economies. Similarly, global supply chains are disrupted. The demand for clean energy and sustainable resources is rising, and new industrial opportunities are emerging for countries that are ready to act with clarity and purpose. I'm glad to note that Namibia can be counted among those countries, thanks to the solid foundation laid by our predecessors and the efforts that we are making under the 8th administration. Our development pathway is clearly articulated in the country's long-term Vision 2030 and the 6th National Development Plan. In the recent 2026 State of the Nation address, Her Excellency President Ntumbonani Daitwa gave an account of the progress that we are making as a nation. The central focus is to grow the economy, widen its base, and ensure that growth generates jobs and opportunities for all. Namibia has therefore prioritized sectors such as agriculture, youth development, education, skills, health, and creative industries. These are to be supported by key enablers, including energy, mining, oil and gas, tourism, and logistics. Reforms and investments in these areas are being actively pursued. I'm pleased to note that the focus areas of Namibia's development agenda, with the aim of significantly reducing food imports by 2030. This sector thus presents investment opportunities in production, irrigation, and agro-processing, while also creating room for meaningful partnership that can bring technology, skills, and capital for both Namibians and European businesses. In the same vein, there are also clear investment opportunities in education, technical training, and skills development, sustaining economic growth in these and other emerging sectors. Furthermore, Namibia cannot overemphasize the importance of its strategic geographic position, which continues to play a crucial role in our economy. This advantage can further be strengthened through increased investments in infrastructures, continued development of transport corridors, railways, energy water systems, and of course the Port of Walvis Bay. Namibia is indeed a link between regional and international markets, including the growing opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Delivering on these priorities requires cooperation between policymakers, business leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators, and financing partners. While government provides the necessary regulatory framework and plays a catalytic role, success will largely depend on the active participation of the private sector and financial institutions. It is against this background that the second Namibia-EU Business Forum is of particular importance as it brings together the key actors capable of advancing projects, turning opportunities into tangible outcomes. I'm cognizant that the program of this business forum that commenced yesterday, and I commend the organizers for structuring it in a way that can translate these ambitions into concrete actions. I'm also confident that those who participated in the sessions on skills development, components affecting trade under the Economic Partnership Agreement, the emerging regulatory framework, as well as those who participated in the discussions on financial instruments, have gained valuable insights to help identify opportunities to expand market access. I also applaud the initiative of including segments for project pitching, which gives the Business Forum a practical advantage and allowing meaningful opportunities for both government and the private sector. I trust that you will continue to uncover further opportunities as you engage through thematic and plenary sessions over the next 2 days. To our business leaders and captains of industry present here, you remain the engine of innovation, investment, and job creation within our economy. We recognize the resilience you have shown and thus encourage you to use this platform to build partnerships that will continue to strengthen Namibia and EU relations, enhance trade and investment, and continue to bring more projects to fruition. Together, we have an opportunity to create value chains that are resilient, transparent, and mutually beneficial. Namibia is committed to improving the business environment by streamlining administrative processes, strengthening institutional coordination, and ensuring that investors are able to operate with clarity and confidence. It is now my singular honor to declare the second Namibia-EU Business Forum officially open. I wish you all productive discussions and successful engagements during the Business Forum, and I thank you.
Another round of applause for His Excellency. Just a last round of applause. I'm checking whether you're following. As we conclude this opening segment of the Namibia-EU Business Forum, it is my honor to introduce a distinguished diplomat who's, of course, also played an important role in strengthening the relationship between Namibia and Europe as well. His CV is also quite an extensive one, but His Excellency Dr. Alfredo Hengari serves as the Ambassador of the Republic of Namibia to the Kingdom of Belgium and the Head of Mission to the European Union. Ambassador Hengari, of course, before his diplomatic appointment, also served at the highest levels of government, including the Presidential Press Secretary and Special Advisor on Press and Media to the late President Dr. Agekengo, where he became recognized for his articulate leadership and governance, diplomacy, and of course, managing Namibia's international engagements. In his current role in Brussels, he continues to play a pivotal role in deepening our strategic ties, and I think none of this really happens without the involvement of the ambassador at that level. Distinguished delegates, please help me welcome Dr. Alfredo Hengari, our Ambassador of the Republic of Namibia to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Union, to deliver the vote of thanks. A round of applause for him, please.
Honorable Dr. Kaire Mbwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission and Chairperson of the Green Industries Council, Her Excellency Jessica Roswell, European Union Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience and a Competitive Circular Economy, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, Honorable Members of Parliament, I see Dr. Panduleni Itula here, Executive Directors in the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, Ms. Dita Gipondoka Robiati, I see the AD of National Planning Commission, Natangwe Nashandi, Ambassador Herze from the Presidency, senior government officials, captains of industry, distinguished participants. Saint Ambrose of Milan, who lived many years ago, would remind us, no duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. It is why I'm delighted to have been given the brief but pleasant duty of delivering the vote of thanks this morning. On behalf of everyone in this room, I would like to thank Ambassador Kaire Mbwende for delivering on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah a truly inspiring keynote address on this occasion of the opening of the second Namibia-EU Business Forum, convening under the theme towards stronger, greener, and more diversified economies. The tireless leadership, exceptional dedication, and vision of President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah over the past year has set a benchmark of excellence, and we look forward to her continued guidance. President Nandi-Ndaitwah is leading by example, and we are honored to have her at the helm of our republic. I also wish to express sincere appreciation to Her Excellency Commissioner Jessica Roswell for her presence and for reaffirming the importance of the Namibia-European Union partnership and for emphasizing a partnership that should deliver at scale. In the same vein, I extend gratitude to Her Excellency Anna Beatrice Martens and the European Union Delegation for their continued cooperation and support. This opening ceremony, which sets the scene for the forum, is the culmination of hard work, at times difficult, but overall excellent coordination between the government of the Republic of Namibia and the European Union. As the focal points, Honorable Selma Ashipala Musavi, the Minister of International Relations and Trade, and Ambassador Kaire Mbwende, provided outstanding leadership from concept to execution of this forum, of course alongside Executive Director Dita Gipondoka Robiati, as well as our ED, NPC Natangwe Nashandi, the Acting CEO of the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, Ms. Jessica Hwanga, and staff members in different government ministries, and of course, our European Union counterparts. This forum reflects the growing strength and necessity of the Namibia-EU partnership. From engagements at COP27 in Egypt in 2022, to the first EU-Namibia Business Forum held in Brussels in October 2023, and now the second Namibia-EU Business Forum here in Windhoek, we've witnessed the steady growth in our cooperation. Honorable Director General Dr. Kaire Mbwende, Her Excellency Jessica Roswell, Excellencies, distinguished business leaders, esteemed participants, as we take stock and charter new terrain for the Namibia-European Union partnership, we are reminded of the words of the late President Hage Geingob, who said, "Only when we hold hands as partners will we collectively stand a chance." These words continue to resonate strongly today. The success of the second Namibia-EU Business Forum will ultimately be measured by the deals we close, the investments we unlock, by the industries we collectively build, the skills we collectively develop, and the opportunities we collectively create today for current and future generations. Yes, Namibia is open for business, but as President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah often reminds us, it is not business as usual. In closing, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Namibia, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the European Union, the business sector, our development partners, organizers, speakers, moderators, the technical teams, exhibitors, participants, and of course, all your dance and artwork, and all those who will contribute to the success of the second Namibia-EU Business Forum. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those closing remarks. Just looking at the time, we have about 10 more minutes left before we do or start with the plenary, and I really want to start with the plenary at 11 o'clock sharp. Before we step out for the exhibition walk, I want to again welcome you back on the stage, Your Excellency Ms. Roswell. Ambassador Mbwende, please join me on stage. Ambassador Ngari, so that we can just take a quick photo op. They say that in development planning, if there is no picture, the event did not happen. Your Excellency, Ambassador Martins, please come and join us. Edie can also join us as well, just so that we can have that evidence of the event. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for our distinguished guest of honors. In the same vein, Edie, I would just like to ask you to please escort the distinguished guest of honor to go and view the exhibition. In the same vein, also gives us about 10 minutes to quickly grab a cup of coffee, make that call, because at 11 o'clock sharp, we're starting with the first session. Thank you very much.
natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and 2nd in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms.
Okay, one. Mic check one. Mic check two. Mic check two. Mic check. Mic check one. Mic check one. Mic check one. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Checking 1 2 2 2. Two, two, 1 2. Two.
stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia. Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape. The Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia. Located on the west coast of southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant natural resources. This nation of just over 3 million people blends vast mineral wealth with the focused ambition of a thriving democracy. Since gaining independence in 1990, Namibia has built an African success story. 5 peaceful presidential transitions over 35 years have laid the foundation for enduring peace and political stability. Geographically, Namibia stands as the gateway to African markets and beyond. Through the world-class deep-sea port of Walvis Bay, the country connects Southern Africa's 300 million consumers to global trade routes. As a strategic logistics hub for road, rail, and sea freight, Namibia links international business to the 1.4 billion strong African market and beyond. Namibia is pioneering Africa's green energy future. With endless sunshine and powerful Atlantic winds, the country is positioned to become a global green hydrogen superpower. At the same time, new oil and gas discoveries are reshaping the energy landscape, offering investors opportunities across the entire energy value chain. The food industry drives Namibia's long-term vision for job creation and food security for Namibia, Africa, and beyond, powered by its own natural resources. In chemicals and basic materials, Namibia is aiming to move beyond raw exports of its minerals to build processing capacity and adjacent industries. Machinery and electronics are expanding alongside this growth, opening doors for manufacturing and assembly operations. The digital and global business services sector leverages a skilled workforce to serve international markets. Advanced communications infrastructure, including new submarine cables, positions Namibia as a technological gateway for the region. Tourism showcases natural wonders from the world's oldest desert to abundant wildlife, while the nation's strong commitment to conservation ensures sustainable opportunities for ecotourism investment. Cultural and creative industries are also gaining global recognition, from film productions that capture Namibia's diverse landscapes to music, fashion, and digital content creation. The creative economy offers untapped potential. Namibia's transformation is guided by Vision 2030, a roadmap to a prosperous, industrialized nation. The National Development Plan 6 prioritizes private sector-led growth, creating an environment where investment thrives. Protection of investor ownership rights, respect for rule of law, sophisticated financial systems, a convertible currency that can be predictably repatriated, and preferential trade agreements make Namibia a secure base for African expansion. With an FDI intelligence ranking of #1 in Africa and 2nd in the world for greenfield investments in 2025, Namibia is open for investment and partnerships that drive shared growth and prosperity. If the world is investing in Namibia, what are you missing? In an evolving global economy, Namibia offers what investors seek most: stability, opportunity, and exponential growth potential. This is Namibia, a nation powered by nature and driven by ambition, a place where determination meets opportunity and where investment transforms communities and builds sustainable futures for all. Welcome to Namibia, the land of the brave.
Namibia is a land of contrast, where vast landscapes inspire, culture connects, and creativity takes center stage. Across Africa, the culture and creative industries are rising. Here, a bold vision is taking shape: the Namibia Film and Creative City. For decades, our locations and crews have powered unforgettable productions, featuring A-list talent including Charlize Theron, Tom Hardy, and most recently, Eric Roberts. This track record proves we can deliver at international scale. Any genre, any look, any location, make it in Namibia. With modern infrastructure and single window support for permits, visas, and customs, projects move from idea to delivery faster, smarter, at scale. Virtual production, cloud post, and data-driven workflows make this a future-ready hub for film, series, animation, gaming, music, fashion, and design. Here, authenticity meets efficiency. Deserts, coastlines, and cities within easy reach. Services that keep crews moving. A base for film and television, a platform where creative and culture subsectors grow together, driving jobs, enterprise, and co-production. This is more than infrastructure. It's a movement and a legacy in the making. Bring your craft, your company, your story to a city built for creation, collaboration, and growth. Join the story. Build the future. Make it in Namibia.
Located on the west coast of Southern Africa, Namibia stretches across 824,000 square kilometers of breathtaking landscapes and abundant nature.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please settle down so we can start with the first session? Thank you very much. We're going to start with the first session for the Namibia-EU Business Forum. The first plenary really is the focus on the strategic partnership on sustainable raw materials and renewable hydrogen. This session is hosted by the National Planning Commission as well as the European Union. And it will be directed by the Executive Director of the National Planning Commission, Mr. Natangwe Nashandi. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Ricardo, for inviting me. Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mbwende, the Director General of the National Planning Commission, Mrs. Jessica Roswell, the EU Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience and a Competitive Circular Economy, Her Excellency Ambassador Anna Beatrice Martin of the EU, and my good brother, Ambassador Alfredo Hengari, our Namibian ambassador to the EU. Let me stand by the protocol already established earlier by the Director of Proceedings. My name is Iben Natangwe Nashandi, and I am the Executive Director of the National Planning Commission. And I really take pleasure to moderate this first session, plenary session, where we are really taking stock, but also looking forward on our Namibia-EU strategic partnership on renewable, sustainable renewable raw materials and also renewable hydrogen. This session is really set to highlight the alignment between Namibia and the EU in advancing our strategic partnership on sustainable raw materials and green hydrogen. This session, we will be taking stock of the progress made under the existing Memorandum of Understanding and setting really priorities for the next phase. Namibia will reaffirm our commitment to green hydrogen as a national development pillar and also increasing value addition in critical raw materials, while we will expect the EU to underscore their support through financing, technical assistance, capacity building, among others. A technical update and a multi-sectoral panel discussion will emphasize some of the measurable progress, strengthening government and the need for effective tracking mechanism, alongside a critical role of the private sector participation. In this session, we will conclude by really looking forward to the commitment to renew the MOU implementation roadmap, signaling the continued collaboration toward a sustainable industrial development and shared economic growth. And to kickstart, I would now have the pleasure to invite Honorable Dr. Kaire Mbwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission, to give his opening remarks for this session. Director General.
Thank you very much, ED Iben Nashandi. Distinguished guest of honor, our commissioner, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege on behalf of the National Planning Commission and the government of the Republic of Namibia to warmly welcome you to this plenary session. Let me once again extend our sincere appreciation to the European Union for its continued strategic partnership, support, and collaboration with Namibia in advancing sustainable development, industrialization, trade, and investment cooperation. This session is dubbed Taking Stock, Looking Ahead. The Namibia-EU Strategic Partnership on Sustainable Raw Materials and Renewable Green Hydrogen is very relevant in our partnership, as it will shed light on the status of the EU and Namibia Strategic Partnership on the renewable hydrogen and sustainable raw materials value chains and the implementation of its roadmap. The session will indeed set the stage for the next phase of the realization of the partnership. Under Namibia Vision 2030 and the Sixth National Development Plan, commonly referred to as NDP6, the government has prioritized economic transformation through industrialization, value addition, economic diversification, export competitiveness, and sustainable development. NDP6 represents a bold strategic framework that seeks to reposition Namibia from a predominantly commodity exporting economy into a competitive, industrialized, knowledge-based, and inclusive economy. At the center of NDP6 is the recognition that Namibia must move beyond dependence on primary commodity export and instead build resilient value chains, productive industries, modern infrastructure, human capital, and innovation-driven growth. This session of the Business Forum, therefore, directly aligns with Namibia's national development agenda, including Vision 2030, NDP6, regional integration under SADC and the African Continental Free Trade Area, and our international cooperation framework with the European Union and other global partners. Green hydrogen and renewable energy represent one of the most transformative economic opportunities in Namibia's history. Namibia possesses some of the world's best solar and wind resources, creating the foundation for globally competitive renewable energy production. Under NDP6, green industrialization has been identified as a strategic pillar for long-term economic transformation. Industrial diversification, export growth, and climate resilience. Namibia is positioning itself not only as a producer of renewable energy, but also as a future global supplier of green hydrogen, green ammonia, green iron, synthetic fuels, and other low-carbon industrial products. The Namibia-EU Strategic Partnership on Sustainable Raw Materials and Renewable Hydrogen demonstrates the growing importance of this sector within the global industrial cooperation. Major projects currently under development include the Hyphen Project, High Iron, and the Green Ammonia initiatives that demonstrate strong international confidence in Namibia's green industrial future. These projects have the potential to transform Namibia's economy through large-scale investment, industrial infrastructure development, export expansion, technology transfer, skills development, and job creation. Our ambition under NDP6 is to build integrated industrial ecosystems that support local manufacturing, downstream processing, engineering services, logistics, and SME participation. Namibia's critical raw material sector occupies a strategically important position within the global energy transition economy. The growing international demand for lithium, rare earth elements, graphite, cobalt, manganese, and other transition minerals present Namibia with a significant opportunity for industrial transformation. Namibia already has a well-established mining sector that contributes substantially to GDP exports, fiscal revenues, and employment. Traditionally, the sector has been dominated by diamonds and uranium. However, global technological transformations and clean energy transitions are creating new opportunities in critical minerals, essential for batteries, electric vehicles, renewable energy systems, digital technology, and energy storage systems. Under NDP 6, the government seeks to reposition Namibia from being primarily a raw minerals exporter towards becoming a value-added industrial economy. Our strategic objective is therefore to promote the beneficiation, mineral processing, industrial linkages, downstream manufacturing, and integration into global energy value chains. However, we also recognize the need to address critical challenges facing this sector. This includes infrastructure constraints, energy requirements, water availability, policy certainty, exploration, financing, skills shortage, and limited local processing capacity. The remaining thematic sectors of this forum are equally critical to Namibia's transformation under NDP 6. The automotive industry offers strategic opportunities for Namibia to integrate into the regional and global automotive value chains through component manufacturing, metal fabrication, precision engineering, assembly support system, electric vehicles components, and green mobility technologies. Walvis Bay logistic hub and Namibia's renewable energy potential, the country is poised to position itself within the Tier 2 and Tier 3 supply chains. Agribusiness remains central to Namibia's economy, supporting food security, employment, rural livelihoods, and social stability. Government is prioritizing value addition through meat and fishery processing, horticulture, irrigation, agriculture, climate-smart farming, aquaculture, cold chain systems, logistic, and rural industrialization. The cultural and creative industries are increasingly becoming important for youth employment, entrepreneurship, digital innovation, tourism, and international cultural positioning, particularly in film, music, fashion, crafts, and digital media. During this forum, we have organized site visits for delegates to practically expose them to Namibia's industrial infrastructure, mining, green hydrogen projects, agribusiness initiatives, logistics systems, tourism attractions, and investment opportunities. Namibia deeply appreciates the European Union and all partners for supporting sustainable industrialization, investment mobilization, and long-term economic transformation. And I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Director General, for setting the scene and also for providing our ambitious plan of industrial development. Next, I have the pleasure to invite my good sister, mother, everything, Ambassador Anna Bertus Martins, the Ambassador of the EU to Namibia, for her opening remarks. Ambassador.
Thank you, Dee, Mr. Shandi, my brother. Here again, I'd like to stand on the protocol diligently established by Idi Ashandi, while wanting, of course, to acknowledge the presence of Director General Ambassador Mbwende, our Commissioner, Commissioner Rosval, as well as the Commissioner for Mining, Isabel Chirchir, who will be being part here of the panel, and Mr. Dempers, Executive Director of Namibia Development Trust, who represents also NAMDEB, Mr. Roy Dempers. And I'd also like to acknowledge my fellow European ambassadors here from Germany, Spain, France, Finland, Portugal, as well as Austria and Belgium. So we're delighted to have you here as we're going to discuss about progress in Global Gateway and Team Europe, and this is a journey we're doing together. So a very good morning to you again, and welcome to our high-level plenary. This session, Taking Stock, Looking Ahead, sits at the heart of today's forum. It is where we step back, assess honestly what we have built together, and set our sight on what comes next. We are in exceptional company. 4 high-level panelists have agreed to anchor this conversation, bringing together Namibian government, European Union, and civil society. So thank you for the panel members for accepting what is arguably the most consequential seat at today's forum. The first panel, the one that sets the tone. This session has a clear purpose. We're here to take stock of EU-Namibia strategic partnership on renewable hydrogen, on green hydrogen and critical raw material value chains 3 years in, and to look ahead with clarity and ambition at the next milestone. Not to celebrate for celebration's sake, but to assess with honesty. What has worked, what has been harder than expected, and what the partnership must now prioritize to deliver on its promise. Our work sits within a broader strategic vision. The EU's Global Gateway is our offer to the world to build sustainable, trusted connections in energy, transport, digital, health, and education sectors in a way that works for people and planet alike. The Namibia-EU Strategic Partnership has become one of its flagship expressions, a living demonstration that green value chains can build not just for export, but for diversified economies, skilled jobs, and long-term resilience. That distinction matters, and it is one our panelists will help delve into in this session. Over 3 years, this partnership has genuinely reshaped Namibia-EU relations. It has created a more structured, forward-looking framework and a new space for investment and private sector development in sectors that barely existed in our bilateral agenda before 2022. The progress is real, even though there are challenges, and both deserve honest reflection. And this morning, our leaders gave us something to build on. You heard it in the opening ceremony. The strategic partnership roadmap is being extended, a strong political signal of continuity, confidence, and shared ambition through to 2030. This gives us predictable, credible framework to deepen our global gateway pipeline in Namibia over the next 5 years. We will mark this moment formally at the closure of this session, but first we must earn the celebrations by doing the work. The agenda is straightforward and purposeful. We will begin by taking stock, a realistic, grounded assessment of achievements and what remains to be done. Mr. Libanda will lead our panel through a strategic conversation about the way ahead, ensuring that the next panel of this partnership remains fully anchored in the needs and priorities of Namibia and Europe, not just on paper, but also in practice. So without further ado, I invite my head of cooperation, the head of cooperation of the EU Delegation, Alexandre Baron, and the NPC Deputy Chief, Nochibeya, to set the scene for us with their technical presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, my boss, Mr. Iben Nashandi. Let me also stand by the protocol already observed, but also in recognition of the high table, Honorable Dr. Kaire Mbwende, the Director General of National Planning Commission, the EU Commissioner, Ms. Jessica Roswell, the EU Ambassador Namibia, as well as the Ambassador Alfredo Hengari. That said, I'm going to jointly present with Mr. Alex Baron. My name is Nate Svea. I'm the head of Development Cooperation at National Planning Commission. And Mr. Baron is also head of cooperation at the European Commission here in Namibia. We are the two co-chairs of the Portfolio Committee in Namibia that ensures the smooth implementation of programs committed under our cooperation. We'll quickly take you through the presentation on the implementation of the Partnership 2. First of all is to the Namibia National Development Frameworks. Thank you. And just a picture here. Okay, which emphasize green growth and industrial diversification. And secondly, the EU's Green Deal and Global Gateway Strategy, securing resilient and sustainable global supply chains. All right? And all this, we are saying, what is Namibia going to benefit out of it? We are talking about job creation, skills transfer, industrial diversification, and also infrastructure development, while the EU enhances its strategic autonomy and leadership in global green transition. In the roadmap, or in the action plan, we have identified 6 pillars, which are value chain integration and business facilitation, environment, social, and governance cooperation to ensure the conformity which are related to, mobilization of funding for the related infrastructure in the areas of water, transport, and so forth, as well as enabling the logistics hub. And also capacity building, training, and skills development to equip our people, cooperation on research and innovation, as well as regulatory alignment to ensure conformity. That said, Mr. Baron will take us through on how we have fared in terms of the achievements and the challenges that we faced during the implementation of the 6 pillars.
Mr. Baron. Thank you, and good morning. This was a very interesting compilation exercise. I've been in Namibia since roughly 8-9 months, and trying to look at everything that we have achieved in the past 3 years was quite impressive. And I was not able to do a presentation that is exhaustive. Rather, here I will simply highlight some of the key achievements that we have identified together with our Namibian partners as really some of the most emblematic milestones of our strategic partnership. So going quickly through the 6 pillars of the roadmap. The first one, next slide, I will put it, there we go. The first one on investment promotion and integration of value chains. So this is really the heart of our strategic partnership, looking at global gateway investments. On green hydrogen, we now have a real and growing project pipeline for global gateway investments, including some of those emblematic projects, which I think are all represented here today. High Iron, Hyphen, Zero, Cleanergy. I can also safely say that we're in advanced discussions with Dowes Green Hydrogen Village. This pipeline of projects did not exist 3 years ago. So building it has required sustained engagement with project developers, with financiers, and with Namibian institutions. On critical raw materials value chains, here, this is probably the area of the strategic partnership where it has been slower in terms of building a pipeline of projects, but we are now also accelerating in terms of potential investments, and I would emphasize here 2 key projects that the EU is supporting at the moment and is attracting serious European interests. First of all, Andrada, and second, Northern Graphite. And of course, this reflects Namibia's extraordinary geological endowment and the growing recognition of its strategic importance on critical raw materials value chains. Northern Graphite, in particular, has received the status of EU strategic project under the European Union Critical Raw Materials Act. Business connectivity and business networking was also facilitated in the last years. We had already a business forum 2 years ago. We are here today together. And we also had a number of dedicated business missions. We had the annual African Green Hydrogen Summit, and soon the African Green Industrialisation Summit also taking place in Swakopmund later this year. These are not just networking events, as we can see today. Again, they are where pipelines get built and where investors get convinced. On trade, we're also advancing quite well. Some of you may have attended the sessions that we had yesterday, in particular on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is now operational since early 2026. The launch of the EU hydrogen mechanism is also imminent, and the H2 Global second auction is currently ongoing. Now, there is one outstanding challenge, and I think we'll be discussing this extensively this afternoon, which is the securing of the off-taking and market support mechanisms. On the second pillar, ESG, a partnership on raw materials and on energy that doesn't take this seriously is not simply credible. And this pillar exists also because there is a very, very deliberate intent from the Global Gateway strategy to put environmental, social, and governance at the absolute heart of our investments. On civil society, in particular, the EU has put a lot of emphasis on citizen engagement and CSO dialogue. Last year, the European Union has concluded 3 grants with 3 consortia of civil society organizations for a total of 42.8 million Namibian dollars to basically ensure that civil society has its full role and its full voice on how investments are being shaped and how wider discussions are taking place together with the governments on the enabling environment for these investments. On transparency, I would highlight here a study that was completed, I think, last year on Namibia's opportunity for the accession to the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. This study has informed the Namibian government's position on accessing the EITI, and as an outstanding action, we are now waiting for the Namibian government also to indicate their position in terms of accessing the EITI. Another key milestone, I think, is to underline here the role of the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program in terms of leading the ESG framework and engagement, and in particular in relation to the strategic environmental and social assessments that are under completion or planned for the Southern Valley, for the Central Valley, and also the Northern Valley. The third pillar is on funding, so absolutely critical, of course, to our strategic partnership. And this is where we have also made a lot of progress. In particular, with now the full operationalization of the so-called SDG Namibia 1 fund, including financial contributions from the European Union and from Netherlands for a total of almost $44 million, which has been committed to a variety of projects, so far mostly on the green hydrogen project pipeline I was referring to earlier. In particular, we have already deployed almost $12 million to Hyphen, High Iron, and Zero to support the development of these three projects. The next one will most likely be Dares as well, if we manage to conclude our negotiations with them soon. Get Transform is also a very important partnership that is funded by the European Union, that is implemented together with GIZ, with the Ministry of Mines, Industry and Energy on planning of energy and, let's say, the overall governance of the energy sector. Just last month, the European Union has also launched its Global Green Bond Initiative, which will offer also a new avenue for funding for Namibia. On the ports, I think this was mentioned earlier, the EU has also deployed a lot of efforts and financial and non-financial support to develop, to prepare the development of the ports of Walvis Bay and Lüderitz. Studies have been completed, additional studies are ongoing, and we are looking now at partnerships to be established, in particular between Dam ports and the port of Antwerp-Bruges on the one hand, and the port of Rotterdam on the other hand, for the extension of the port of Lüderitz. Lüderitz, we will be talking about this tomorrow as well, because we have a very important new action that we are launching tomorrow together with the Lüderitz Town Council. So we're not only looking at the ports, we're also looking at the development of the town itself and the support that is required for the Town Council to basically manage the very, very ambitious developments that are planned for the town of Lüderitz. One outstanding action, it's one of the initial offers that was made by the European Investment Bank in the context of the strategic partnership, which is this 500 million euros sovereign loan facility that still stands available and still stands untapped to support infrastructure investments around the strategic partnership areas in Namibia. Next pillar is on capacity building, skills and training. Some of you yesterday were at the first session that we made on TVET, and I think we made a very strong case about the centrality of skilling and TVET in our strategic partnership and in the global gateway offer that the EU is deploying in Namibia. The Namibia Green Hydrogen Program is a very important element of institutional capacity building and institutional governance. There was very important donor support from the European Union, from the Netherlands, and from Germany to help establish the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program. And we are now looking at the next phase and the institutional sustainability of the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program. But on education and skilling, there is a national task force that was established on education, training, and research that is spearheading the development of a skills development strategy and plan And we know also that the various projects, be it Hyphen, Higher on Zero, are also looking at, and Clean Energy, looking at very ambitious plans for skilling and TVET that we would like to support through a major new Team Europe initiative, Team Europe program on TVET that we will be launching next year, and that is also building on existing partnerships that we have established with the Namibia Training Authority. This intervention is currently under design. We discussed this yesterday, and you can expect this intervention to be launched next year. Outstanding action, again, the institutional sustainability of the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program as a critical governance body to continue steering the policy developments, the regulatory developments, as well as the facilitation of the project pipeline on the green industrialization. Another one that we'd like to highlight now is Erasmus+, where we also noticed that Namibia is benefiting from it, but not yet to its full potential. So I think we will have also deliberately a very strong emphasis in the next phase of our partnership on better activating Erasmus+ opportunities to ensure that we also contribute to the skilling and training needs of Namibia in relation to the strategic partnership. Linked to that, there is also research and innovation. We have a number of projects that have already been completed, in particular on the Horizon Europe, which is the main instruments of scientific cooperation between the European Union and partner countries. And that is, again, another area where we see potential to do much, much more with Namibia. We see that when Namibian institutions apply and compete, they are very competitive and they actually win these grants under Horizon Europe. But we see that we do not have sufficient applications coming from Namibian scientific institutions. So in the next phase, we will also put a much stronger emphasis, I believe, on activating opportunities under Horizon Europe. Last but not least, and then I will be done, on regulatory development and alignment. So let's say the public governance part of our strategic partnership. Here, a lot of preparatory work, analysis, drafting has been completed. The national policy on green hydrogen and derivatives, a very ambitious policy, is about to be completed with proposed bills and regulations to be done by end of 2026. The fiscal regime is a very, very important element, in particular for project promoters, and analyses are also ongoing and discussions are ongoing on the fiscal regime underlying the green hydrogen sector. And we know as well that the Namibia Green Hydrogen Association has embarked on complementary analysis on the fiscal regime. And then tomorrow, again, we will be launching an important partnership together with the Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy to support the drafting of Namibia's national critical raw materials strategy. As you can see, outstanding actions, again, it's the enactment of relevant acts and regulations. A lot of preparatory work is already ongoing and a lot of effort is made, but this now needs to be translated into the enactment of the required regulatory developments, both for green hydrogen and for critical raw materials. And that's the end of my presentation, at least to set the scene in terms of the main achievements so far. I would maybe invite now Ned for a quick conclusion before we move on to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. In conclusion, just to re-emphasize that the roadmap offers a transformative opportunity for us to combine sustainable development, climate action, industrialization, as well as energy security. And all these, the success will solely depend on inclusive partnerships, local value creation, as well as the infrastructure investment, development of skills, as well as the long-term policy certainty, which we articulated earlier in the presentations. And we are saying this partnership can become a global model for equitable green industrial cooperation between Africa and Europe. And going forward, we are saying with this extension, it really calls for execution and proper execution. I thank you. Okay, thank you. We thank the two presenters for really bringing to fore some of the activities that are under the partnership between the EU and Namibia in as far as critical raw materials and green energy is concerned. There is a lot more behind that. Those are not the only two sectors that we are collaborating. But for the purpose of this presentation, those are the issues. Now, to take this further, this discussion further, on how can really partnerships pave way for Namibia to become a global leader in the green transition, we are going to have a panel discussion, and I have the pleasure of inviting my good brother, Mr. Benedict Libanda, the Chief Executive Officer of the Environment Investment Fund of Namibia, to please come and moderate the panel discussion. Mr. Libanda.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremony, Mr. Ibe Nashandi, the Executive Director in the National Planning Commission. Honorable Ambassador Dr. May I stand on the protocol that is already established, and thank you so much for that. My name is Benedict Libanda. I'm the CEO of the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia. I am not a trained MC, as Ricardo, but I promise I'll give it my best shot. I'm extremely honored to moderate this session on a high-level panel, talking or discussing the future of the cooperation between the Government Republic of Namibia and the EU. What began as a framework of collaboration has increasingly evolved into a more structured, invested-oriented framework, one that brings opportunities within the industrial development, renewable energy investments, critical raw elements, value chains, as well as the transfer of capacity and skills. And as such, that's the reason we're here today, really to discuss how this partnership will pave the way for Namibia as a global leader in the green transition. In absolute terms, green transition is not conventional for Namibia for a number of reasons, that we remain a net zero carbon nation, but we are positioning our country to leverage on its global world-class resources, such as renewable energy resources or critical raw materials, and become a provider of green solutions to the globe. In unpacking this very important topic, we have 4 distinguished panelists that I'll be inviting to the podium to help us unpack the roadmap between the EU and the Namibian government. Would you please assist me to welcome Honorable Ambassador Dr. Kairen Bwende, the Director General of the National Planning Commission, who sits at the center of development planning and strategic coordination of the Namibian Development Agenda. Honorable Ambassador. I know we were told to keep clapping this morning. Thank you. Your Excellency Jessica Roswell, European Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience, and a Competitive Circular Economy, you are invited to take your seat. Your Excellency. The Honorable Minister of Industries, Mines and Energy is unfortunately not within the room due to equally important matters, but I'm happy to invite the Mining Commissioner, Mrs. Isabel Cheche, the Minister. The ministry is responsible for advancing industrialization, energy generation, as well as value creation within the Namibian mining sector and emerging green economy. The last panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Ronnie Dempas, Executive Director of the Namibia Development Trust and representative of NAMNET. Mr. Dempas occupies a very critical position where perspectives of civil society, community participation, involvement is his daily job within the position of NAMNET, as well as the Namibian Development Trust. Excellencies, thank you once again for joining us. Let us reflect on the presentation and the implementation of the previous roadmap on our journey so far. If I may begin with the DG, looking back at the presentation and our implementation of the previous strategic roadmap, what would you say were the biggest achievements and the challenges that we experienced?
Yes, thank you. I think, first of all, let's be clear that we are dealing with a new sector without any experience. And in fact, it's a new sector globally, but in the case of Namibia, it was. And it was because of the deliberate efforts of government to get going on this sector. And this was done through the creation of the Green Hydrogen Program. And that stands out as one of the achievements to create an institution to drive the development of the sector. And that program then, as a coordinator and supporter of government activities, undertake quite a number of initiatives. Today there are initiatives pertaining to, or let me say that since that inception, today we have 9 projects on green hydrogen that are at various stages of implementation. And of course, these projects need supportive infrastructures. They need policy and regulatory framework, and work are underway in all this. The other one, also being a new sector, there's also the question of skills, because you can't readily find people who are able to be employed in this sector. Again, skills development has been one of the programs that has been financed, and Namibians have been trained. In fact, 270 Namibians have been trained in this sector. These are really some of the highlights that I would like to shed light on in terms of what has happened from the very first idea to where we are today.
Thank you, DG. I would like to pick on those highlights by turning to the Commissioner. From the EU perspective, what were those achievements that the EU could take out from the previous implementation?
Thank you very much for the question. If I start with, I was not a commissioner in 2022, so I don't know exactly what was said that. It's not long ago, I know, but I'm sure that someone mentioned the word momentum, and it's a situational crisis, and that we really need to do the transition. And maybe looking on one of the slides that was showed recently, just moment on the conclusions, all the things that was in that slide was probably very accurate back 2022, but they are even more accurate today. So I think that we have learned a lot from these years. We know where we want to go. Both when it comes to the transition that we are into. I will not mention some of the, I think, of course, during this time, but some of the challenges we know now more about. That's always like that, but I think the most important thing that I take with me is the possibility and the opportunities for Namibia, but also for EU. Ambassador talked about the enabling factor around, like skills and all the other things. This is really important thing for all of us. So then, of course, as I said, more accurate than ever, energy security was mentioned for EU. This is, and for all of us, this is key. A challenge and an opportunity for both Namibia and the EU. And then it was something more I wanted to say: skills, energy security, and I forgot what the last thing was. Anyway, I think since we are in global crisis over and over again, I think this is something that we have learned a lot of and need to go further on. So it's a lot of things, but I think the last slide there, it was really like putting everything together where we see challenges but also opportunities. So we have learned a lot, so I think the momentum is really here. So really looking forward to the next question, because now it's really time to use this momentum to move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, I've got two commissioners on the panel. Let me turn to the Commissioner of Mining Commissioner within the Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy. Local beneficiation of critical raw materials have become a key policy agenda for Namibia. What would you say are the provisions that should be embedded within the new roadmap to promote local beneficiation of those resources?
Great. Thank you so much. I'm also glad that our minister couldn't be here, because now there's the gender balance. Otherwise, the commissioner was going to be alone. But nonetheless, yes, when these whole critical minerals came into place, we were left behind, or we were taking all the minerals as they are. But right now, with these whole critical minerals and the partnership with the EU, we do have a critical mineral strategy that we are working on. And then, as we know that about 2 years ago, the cabinet made a decision to put aside or to ban all the exports of critical minerals, because now the minerals are going to go out of Namibia, being value-added elsewhere, and then come back. We had to buy like 3 times or 5 times for that amount. But it's a good thing that the government have taken. And then now what we want, and even with this whole MOU or the partnership, it's all our minerals should be value added in the country and not be going out. So we do have a mineral beneficiation strategy that is in place, developed in 2019. Right now we are also working on a policy, but we are also putting it in our laws to say this should be the driving force for us to add value to our country, instead of just exporting our raw material. Thank you.
Yes, before I move to Mr. Dempers, Your Excellency, you are Commissioner, in your statement this morning, you touched about beneficiation. Would you like to expand, reflecting on the policy of the Namibian government? How would the EU advance such policy position?
I touched upon the
Beneficiation.
Beneficiation.
Yes. So yes, I did. We are, as was said, I mean, you said also that exporting raw materials, not making the processes, and that era is over. I think that is something that is a good thing for everyone. So of course that is also in the sphere of Global Gateway, which I suppose is on up here. A Global Gateway is our strategy on how to engage with mutual beneficial for all our partners. Having exactly this 360 grade that we're talking about, Ambassador talked about the digitalization, the energy, the skills, and all this. So this is what we are seeing. And at the moment, on this strategy and roadmap, it's exactly on the critical raw material, the green transition, the green hydrogen. That is something that is we have challenging times since we are too much dependent on fossil for reasons that we know, and that we need to do this transition. So this is something that will continue to be, and we are here for the long term, and this is a steadfast partner. So I think this was said just for the other commissioner is exactly why we see this beneficial. So I think the time that we were in before is behind us, and we are moving forward. And we talked about only the 70s earlier this morning, you and I, and that's maybe also a long time ago, but now it's really a new era where we really need partners around the world that we can trust and we can build together on for the future. So that's how we see it, and I really know that these 3 years has been really good partnership, but it's the only way forward.
Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah. Let's move to the civil society organization. Or would you like to have a reflection on that?
Maybe on the question of beneficiation.
Okay.
It shouldn't really be simply a Namibian policy in this partnership. And I think sentiments have been expressed in the EU that they would like to see value addition of critical raw materials in the countries of origin. We have had cases where our raw materials will go to the east, in some other parts of the country, coming from Namibia to the east, value added, and then exported to Europe. And we are saying, why can't that happen here, so that it go directly from here to Europe? And for that also to happen, I would like the EU to take maybe a stronger position in terms of promulgating regulations that would prohibit the import of raw critical materials, and also importing it from third parties, especially when you have a strategic partnership with a country of origin. Obviously, there are issues of capacity and all that, but as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. And I think there is enough. We are living in a world where technology is readily available. You know, you may not have experience, but in different parts of the country. But if we are very clear on the policy and close all the loopholes, I think that is really what I would like to see, that it shouldn't just be a question of goodwill, but somehow it has to be legislated. And I know how faithful the Europeans are. One is the law. Yes. They don't go around the law. No. Yes.
Thank you.
I thought I should just add that.
Thank you, DG, for those insights. One of the most important stakeholders in this development discourse is the civil society. Civil society organizations, they play a very critical role in the development priorities of any country or strategic partnership. Mr. Dempas, what concrete mechanism should the extended roadmap include in ensuring meaningful participation of the civil society organization beyond consultation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Benedict. I think the fact that civil society is accorded an opportunity to speak at this high-level platform gives us hope that the role of civil society as a critical partner is seen and celebrated. And moving forward in terms of driving the energy transition, the role of civil society is seen. What I've seen in this partnership and this roadmap is the recognition that civil society has got a role to play. And it is mechanisms that needs to be put in place how to institutionalize civil society engagement, so that it's not an ad hoc basis that civil society is involved, but we need to be recognized as a critical partner. Yes, the energy transition and the green industrialization and what we are going into may be looking new, but I think it requires, and civil society has got that experience in terms of helping, for example, private sector, in terms of how to engage with local communities on the ground. And that is the contribution that civil society can make. What we also want to bring as part of the civil society engagement is in this whole green energy transition. It's a question of justice. Energy transition needs to be embodied the questions of justice. Namibia, and for us, energy security is key. And Namibia needs to put priority as a priority energy security. Initial versions, when the green hydrogen discussions happened, appeared to be that Namibia was used to secure energy for Europe. We are happy that that narrative is changing, and that the emphasis now is on how to ensure a win-win formula. But I think within this scheme of things, a just energy transition should be principle and should be the cornerstone, and therefore the aspect of justice is key. So for us, both government, civil society, private sector needs to hold hands and needs to work together to ensure that maximum benefits come out of this. For us, it's not only green energy transition, but it's about how that impacts lives on the ground. If ordinary Namibians cannot access electricity, if they cannot afford electricity, if they cannot afford energy, green energy transition will not mean much for us. So it's about how that translates in affecting the lives of ordinary people on the ground. But it's the question of the partnership and what we are holding together. Our Director of Ceremonies this morning mentioned it's 12th of May. And for Namibian history, 12th of May is an important day for Namibia. It's the birthday of our founding father. And he said, a people united, working towards a common cause, will always emerge victorious. Therefore, I believe that in Africa, it is not a coincidence that we are having this discussion. And therefore, it signifies that Namibia and different partners needs to hold hands. What we are representing in this room needs to be taken forward. I was welcoming the announcement this morning of a Green Industrialization Council in Namibia, and I'm still studying the information. But I'm disturbed that that Green Industrial Council seems to be only constituted by government. That's not people united for a common cause. This energy transition does not only need diverse economies, it needs diverse platforms with diverse ideas that can take forward the Namibian green transition and the Namibian green industrialization forward. Thank you.
Very, very powerful sentiments from Dr. Dempas, Mr. Dempas rather. While NDP 6 defines the trajectory of our development, I would like to turn to the DG and also build on his new role as the chair of the Namibia, is it the Green Industries Council?
Green Industries Council.
That Mr. Dempas just touched on. Would you like to reflect on how the mandates of the Council will provide impetus to the roadmap of the cooperation? DG?
Yes, thank you very much. Now, we see green hydrogen not only as a long-term project, but a project that can have immediate impact on the lives of our people. According to our projection, we are expecting to create at least 30,000 jobs from this particular industry. Now, for this industry to materialize, but let me just go back, say that, we see it as something distant and into the future. It is now. There are issues of the market, but as we are preparing for the market, we also have to put the house in order in terms of legislative, regulatory framework and so forth. That's one aspect. But also we are encouraged by the investment that has taken place within that sector, both. We are talking about billions of Namibian dollars into that. Now, on the question of the green hydrogen or the Green Industries Council, our interaction with the private sector, with particular investor, we experienced that, we saw that a number of companies experience a number of issues, some pertaining to land, some pertaining to permits, environmental clearing certificate, and so forth. And instead of, and we think that access to these services by the industry should be expedited. And by constituting the Green Industry Council in the manner that is constituted, is to allow a whole of government approach, because the needs of the industry really, they can be fulfilled through a number of ministries. The Ministry of Mines has a role to play, the Ministry of Environment. And if you bring everybody under the same roof, then quick decisions can be taken to take forward this program. Now, that is only one aspect. But we also know that we are committed to working with the private sector and the civil society. As you may be aware, we have instituted the Namibia Public-Private Partnership Forum, which is now an annual event. We had last year one, the first inaugural one, and it came out with certain recommendations. And these recommendations that came from that forum are actually being implemented. And the President has given directives on implementation of those. And therefore, my dear brother, there is no risk of anybody being ignored. Development is a collective process. The private sector, the civil society, and government all have a role to play. And, but we have to still, there are certain forums that could be exclusive for government, that others can be exclusive for the private sector and civil society, but then there's always a meeting point. And we know that as a council, that we cannot really advance the agenda for green industrialization without close cooperation with the private sector, as well as with communities. And we are already dealing with communities on land issues, some of the pipelines going through communal areas, and therefore we have to deal with traditional chiefs and so forth. So on the whole, and therefore our role is really to coordinate between all these different stakeholders, from private to civil society, and of course our international development partners, for which we are also responsible in terms of the government structure.
Thank you, DG, for the remarks and intervention. I'm standing between lunchtime and I've been reminded of the time. I would have one final short round of questions. Then from there, we'll take 3 questions from the floor, and thereafter, we'll close the session. So if we reflect again your final remarks on the strategic cooperation between the EU and the Namibian government, what it means for your sector, starting with the mining commissioner. Could you just unpack that briefly and the commitment that the Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy has put in place to support the roadmap?
Thank you so much. From the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy, we are committed to the partnership, especially after we have signed the MOU in 2022, and then now there's an extension of that roadmap, or there's an activity that we need to do as a ministry. There are things that we have put in place, especially when it comes to the critical mineral strategy that we are now starting in June. There was a bit of a slow motion from our side, but since last year, working together with the EU, we have now gained momentum, and that strategy will be done within the next, towards the end of this year or beginning of next year. That's one. I'm also happy to announce that in Cape Town at the mining indaba, there was an agreement signed between ADRADA and the EU, whereby we are looking at the lithium, the end of the chain for lithium. Currently now we are only mining lithium, and then we do up to a concentrate. But then there was no option or no talks of going to the lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide. But I'm happy to say that with ADRADA partnership, that is now a dream that is coming true, and it's good for the country. And also the high iron, as we said, that were one of the biggest green project that was done with the partnership of EU. And then from the ministry side, we are committed, and then we just I will give my confirmation that we are ready to take this whole partnership to the end. So thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. Mr. Dempers, civil society organization, what kind of strategies and organizational structure that you're busy putting in place to enhance the partnership between the EU and the Namibian cooperation in the extended roadmap?
Yeah. Thank you very much. As civil society under NAMNET, NAMNET is an apex body that brings together the different umbrella bodies in civil society from the different sectors and trying to coordinate civil society voice. That is the role that NAMNET plays. We have been engaging with the EU and with the Namibian government to be able to voice civil society at different strategic platforms. For example, NAMNET participates in the EU Namibian civil society dialogue platforms where we provide civil society views. I think it's the similar kind of platforms that we would like to advocate for at a senior government level where civil society can engage with its Namibian government. And we have got a policy framework that has been drafted that is just waiting for approval by the National Planning Commission. And I think my Director General, we have got a ready-made document that's just waiting to be approved, which civil society is very comfortable with. It provides very progressive provisions in terms of how the partnership between government and civil society can be taken forward. And if we can approve that, and that could help to provide a framework of engagement between civil society and government, not only at central level, but from local, regional, and at national level. Because in the absence of a strategy for engagement, it leaves the engagement between civil society on a very ad hoc basis. And our commitment as civil society is to be able to say, when these mechanisms are put in place, we are in a constant mode of strengthening civil society in the different sectors, to engage with government, with private sector, with our partners to be able to promote the agendas.
Thank you. Your Excellency, yeah. I would think that you've started our NDP 6, which has all the defined priorities of Namibia, but I think very few of us knows the strategic priorities of the EU in relationship to this partnership. What would you say are the strategy of the EU going forward in this extended roadmap?
So I think we have a similar interest here, as I said, starting in the global crisis that we are in, that we need to do the green transition or clean transition. And if I may reflect also on what was said from both the ambassador but also from the ministry, is that yes, in EU we like rules, but also values, which we share. But I think for us it's very important, and that I can also talk from experience from the EU, because we also have a plan for decarbonization for quite a long time now. But I think the momentum that you also talk about here, from a political view, is to seize that momentum. That is important for us, since we are again in a crisis with high energy costs for people, and that is of course something that we need to address. So the priority for the EU is to, I mean, we have a lot of priorities, but of course security and resilience is key, and here of course critical minerals is one thing that is important for all of us. And here is a lot of different puzzles, bits of puzzles. I know I read that you also talk about diversify. This is important for us. Of course, also securing strategic projects is also discussed here previously by my colleagues from the EU, that we also invest in, and also this long-term view that this is a transition that we're into, and it's a partnership that has to have value from both sides. And here, of course, the other things on the collaboration with the civil society, of course, but also with creating jobs, making this a possibility for people, that they see that this is something that gain us all. And that is not always easy as a politician, but it actually is the only way forward. So this is our priority, energy security, but it's linked to all the other things. Decarbonization, tackling climate change, protect the environment, all these things we need to do at the same time. And the only way to do that is together with everybody.
Thank you. And let me end with the Honorable DG, Dr. Mbwende, your final remarks. And perhaps you may also touch on the enabling environment that Mr. Dempas brought up.
You know, moderator, as I was listening to the intervention, I was just reflecting on the history of the EU, Namibia, or Africa Developing Country Partnership. And whether you want to go back to Lome or even Lome, Cotonou, and to come where we are now. There have been certain transformation. And what makes the current phase much more interesting is because it is based on common interest. Prior to that, it was donors helping us to address our challenges. But now with this, we are not only addressing our challenges and our poverty, but we are actually addressing major global issues of interest both to Europe, the rest of the world, and the rest of humanity. And that's why the global gateway is actually a major shift in terms of cooperation, there's policy strategy, but also the desire on both parties to make it work. So I just thought that, you know, when you come to issues of energy transition, of climate change, these are not issues of Namibia, these are not issues of the EU, these are common issues. And therefore, a common strategy is necessary, and that's why we are seeing the kind of progress we are seeing, because our interests are aligned in this. So, from our point of view, therefore, it's to continue with the cooperation. We have to create the enabling environment that we are already working on, and the creation of a Green Industries Council is just one such building blocks, as it were. And we have to see it operating, because we have very ambitious ideas in terms of how it's going to operate, to interlink with the various stakeholders, but also with our partners in the EU, to provide oversight over what is happening within the whole value chain. So therefore, I'm really concluding on a positive note that our interests are aligned, and therefore there will be no reason why we can't make more progress than we have made to date.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The insights from the panelists. We have come to an end of this panel session, but unfortunately, because of time pressure, there won't be a chance to take questions. So it is not a round of applause again to the panelists. I think a round of applause to myself as well. At this juncture, I would like to hand over to the substantive Director of Ceremony, Mr. Iben Ashandi, to come and give us the way forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you. You are leaving the panelists behind. Okay, may I request the panelists to please take their seats while we reorganize the...
I think we can. Well, let's wait for directions. Yes, yes.
Okay, there's a request for a photo for the panelists. Quickly. Yes, thank you. The moderator, please come back for the photo. Moderator, can you come back for the photo for 1 minute? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Next session is a very interesting one, so let's just hang on. Thank you very much for your patience. Please, let's remain in the room to witness the next session. It's very short. It's going to be less than 3 minutes. The next session, it's really a confirmation of the agreement to extend the Memorandum of Understanding on a partnership on sustainable raw materials, value chains, and the renewable hydrogen. And to do that, we are going to do a ceremony, and I have a pleasure to invite Honorable Ambassador Dr. Kaire Mbwende, the Director General of the National Planning Commission, to the front. Mrs. Jessica Roswell, the European Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience, and the Competitive Circular Economy, and the Mining Commissioner, Mrs. Isabel Krisa, representing the Minister of Industries, Mines, and Energy, to signal the agreement to extend the MOU from 2025 to 2030. Okay, we start with, yes, in that order. Yes. Thank you. Can you still see? Can you still see the signing? Yes. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Commissioners. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. With that, we will close this session. This session ends. And I really want to invite us for all of us for lunch. And we will then resume at 2:15 sharp. And then thereafter, we will have thematic sessions. And we want to invite all of us to please come back for the thematic sessions, which are starting at 2:15. Thank you very much. I hope the ushers will guide us where lunch is. Thank you in the restaurants.
Thank you.